Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while, and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the waning years of the Third Age, when shadows grew long across the lands of Middle-earth, but had not yet coalesced into the darkness that would later threaten all free peoples, Gandalf the Grey found himself drawn to an ancient mystery. Tales had reached his ears of strange disappearances in the rolling hills beyond the Weather Hills, where travelers would vanish without trace, only to reappear leagues away with no memory of how they had traversed such distances. The first whispers came to him in Rivendell, where the murmur of falling water soothed weary hearts. As autumn winds stirred golden leaves, a ranger of the north brought word of curious happenings near the abandoned ruins of Annúminas. "The stones remember what men have forgotten," said the ranger, his voice low as though the very walls might be listening. Merchants on the old northern road have found themselves suddenly standing at crossroads they had not been approaching, having lost hours yet gained miles. And stranger still, the areas where these occurrences are most frequent correspond to the ancient waypoints of the Northern Kingdom. Gandalf's bushy eyebrows drew together as he tamped down the tobacco in his pipe with a weathered thumb. The waypoints, he mused, sending a perfect smoke ring drifting toward the carved ceiling, the old network of travel markers established by the kings of Arna. "The very same," nodded the ranger, though none now living remember their purpose beyond simple road markers. Elrond, who had been listening silently, spoke then. "Not all wisdom of the Dúnedain has been preserved through the long years of their decline. The waypoints were more than mere stone markers for travelers. They were part of an elaborate system of rapid communication, and some whispered, transportation." Gandalf's eyes gleamed with interest. A forgotten art of the Númenóreans, perhaps? Brought to Middle-earth before the drowning of their island kingdom? "Perhaps," said Elrond. "Or perhaps knowledge shared by the Eldar, in the days when the friendship between our peoples was at its height. Records in my library speak of a network that spanned the Northern Kingdom, allowing messages and, in times of great need, messengers to travel vast distances in the blink of an eye." Gandalf drew deeply on his pipe, his mind turning over this revelation. If such a network still existed, dormant but not destroyed, it represented both opportunity and danger. In the right hands, it could unite the scattered remnants of the free peoples against the growing shadow. In the wrong hands, he rose to his feet, decision made. "I shall investigate these tales myself. If the ancient waypoints of Arna are stirring to life after centuries of slumber, we must understand why, and whether they can be controlled." 3 days later, Gandalf found himself riding north along the Greenway, his staff secured to the saddle of a sturdy grey mare, borrowed from Elrond's stables. A leather satchel bounced against his hip, containing what sparse records Elrond had been able to find concerning the waypoint network. The Weather Hills rose before him, their slopes painted golden and russet by the autumn light. Beyond them lay the rolling plains where Arna had once flourished, now reduced to windswept grasslands dotted with crumbling ruins and the occasional small settlement of men. It was at one such settlement, a cluster of sturdy wooden buildings surrounding a central well, that Gandalf first encountered someone who had experienced the waypoint's power firsthand. Her name was Morwen, a herb gatherer, whose knowledge of the local flora had earned her both respect and suspicion among her neighbours. It happened at dusk, she told Gandalf as they sat by her hearth, her gnarled hands never ceasing their work of stripping leaves from woody stems. "I had stayed longer than intended, searching for moonroot, which only shows its pale flowers after sunset. I knew the path home well enough, even in darkness, but as I passed an ancient standing stone, one of many that dot these hills, I felt a strange sensation, as though the air had thickened around me." Her weathered face creased with the memory. There was a sound like the rushing of a distant river, though no water flows near that place. The stars above seemed to blur, stretching into lines of light. I closed my eyes against a sudden dizziness. and when I opened them again, I stood beside the crossroads near my home, a journey of several hours completed in the space between one breath and the next. Gandalf leaned forward. And the standing stone? Can you describe it? Tall as two men, weathered by countless winters, carved with symbols that time has all but erased. But what I remember most clearly was how it seemed to hum, as though something deep within the earth was vibrating through the stone itself. And you had never noticed this hum before? Morwen shook her head. I had passed that stone 100 times and noticed nothing unusual, but that evening it seemed awakened. Gandalf nodded slowly. Did you carry anything unusual with you? Anything found near the old ruins, perhaps? The herb gatherer hesitated, then reached into a pouch at her waist. Only this. I found it that very day, half buried in the earth, near one of the old barrows. I thought it pretty, nothing more. She placed a small object in Gandalf's palm, a disc of some silvery metal no larger than a coin, etched with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift subtly in the firelight. At its center was set a clear crystal that caught the flames and refracted them into tiny rainbows. "May I?" Gandalf asked, and at her nod, he passed his hand over the disc, murmuring words in a language Morwen did not recognize. The crystal at the center flickered briefly with an inner light, then dimmed once more. "It is as I suspected," Gandalf said, returning the disc to her. "This is a key of sorts, crafted long ago by the artisans of Arna, attuned to the network of waypoints. It activated the standing stone you passed, opening a pathway that carried you across the leagues in an instant." "Magic," whispered Morwen, both fear and wonder in her voice. "Knowledge," corrected Gandalf gently. "Knowledge preserved in stone and metal long after those who crafted it turned to dust. Knowledge that may have a vital role to play in the days to come." That night, as Morwen slept, Gandalf studied the ancient records by candlelight, his finger tracing the faded maps that showed the locations of known waypoints. If his suspicions were correct, the network was stirring after centuries of dormancy, responding to keys like the one Morwen had found. But what had triggered their awakening after so long? And who else might be seeking to harness their power? Dawn broke over the Weather Hills with a chill that spoke of winter's approach. Gandalf sat before the dying embers of Morwen's hearth, his weathered fingers tracing the worn edges of the silver disc. He had spent much of the night in contemplation, his mind turning over ancient lore and half-forgotten tales of Arnor's glory. The herb gatherer approached, setting a steaming cup of herbal tea beside him. "You've barely rested," she observed, concern in her eyes. "Rest comes seldom to those who walk my path," Gandalf replied with a weary smile. "But I thank you for your hospitality." He slipped the disc back into Morwen's hands. "Keep this safe. It may prove valuable in days to come, and if you should experience its power again, remember every detail." With his staff in hand and provisions secured, Gandalf departed, as the morning mist still clung to the hollows between hills. According to Elrond's records, the nearest major waypoint lay 3 days' ride to the northwest, among the ruins of what had once been a watchtower of Arna, standing sentinel over the Great East Road. The journey took him through sparsely populated lands, where the wind whispered through tall grasses and ancient stone foundations peaked above the earth, like the bones of forgotten giants. Here and there, he passed standing stones, similar to the one Morwen had described, tall monoliths of grey stone, weathered by millennia but still standing proud against the elements. On the evening of the 3rd day, as the setting sun painted the western sky in hues of flame, Gandalf crested a low rise and beheld his destination. The watchtower was little more than a broken circle of masonry now, its upper levels long since claimed by time and weather. Yet even in ruin, it possessed a quiet dignity, a reminder of greater days. At its center stood what he sought, a waypoint stone, taller and broader than those he had passed on his journey, its surface covered in intricate carvings that glowed faintly in the gathering darkness. Unlike the lesser markers, this stone showed signs of recent disturbance. The earth around its base had been cleared away, revealing more of the ancient carving that had previously been hidden beneath soil and vegetation. Someone else had been here, and recently, Gandalf approached cautiously, his senses alert for any sign of danger. The stone hummed faintly, just as Morwen had described, a vibration felt more in the bones than heard with the ears. He circled it slowly, noting how the carvings seemed to shift subtly when viewed from different angles, creating an illusion of movement. "Fascinating," he murmured, reaching out to trace one of the spiraling patterns with his fingertip. The stone's surface was cool to the touch, yet somehow conveyed a sense of dormant energy, like a banked fire waiting to be stirred to flame. As twilight deepened into true night, Gandalf made camp a short distance from the waypoint. After a simple meal, he took out his pipe and the documents from Rivendell, studying them by the light of a small fire. The records were fragmentary at best, mentions in historical accounts of messengers traveling with unnatural swiftness, references to a network that bound the kingdom together, a few technical diagrams showing the internal structure of a waypoint stone. One account, written by an elven craftsman who had apparently assisted in the network's creation, caught his particular attention. The stones draw upon the deep currents that flow beneath the world, channeling them through pathways inscribed with arts brought from Numenor. When awakened by the touch of one who carries a focus stone, they create a bridge across the fabric of space, allowing passage in the blink of an eye. But the knowledge to create new focus stones was lost with the fall of Unaminas, and the network has lain dormant these many centuries, waiting for the return of those who understand its ways. Gandalf's eyes narrowed as he considered the implications. Focus stones, like the disc Morwen had found, were keys to the system. Without them, the waypoints were merely curious relics of a bygone age. With them, one could potentially travel vast distances in an instant. If someone was deliberately excavating and studying the waypoints, they must have discovered at least one focus stone already. The question was, who and to what purpose? Morning brought both clarity and new mysteries. In the full light of day, Gandalf discovered subtle markings around the site that told a story of recent activity. Footprints of several individuals, some areas cleared with careful precision, small holes drilled into the earth at measured intervals around the stone. Systematic study, Gandalf muttered to himself. Not mere curiosity or chance discovery. He knelt to examine one of the drill holes more closely, and found traces of a crystalline powder at its bottom. Rubbing it between his fingers, he detected a faint tingling sensation, reminiscent of the energy he had felt from the waypoint stone itself. Taking samples of the earth to measure the stone's influence, he concluded, methodical, thorough, the work of a trained mind. As he continued his investigation, the sun climbed higher, illuminating the waypoint stone fully. In daylight, the carvings appeared different, less mysterious, more recognizable as a complex system of interlocking runes and geometric patterns. Many were similar to those used in Elven enchantments for the stabilization and channeling of energy. Drawing upon his own considerable knowledge, Gandalf began to decipher their purpose. The outer rings contained wards of protection and stability. Within these were directional markers, constellations and landscape features that would have been recognizable to the people of Arna. And at the center, a matrix of symbols that seemed to define the stone's connection to others of its kind. It was ingenious work, blending mathematical precision with an intuitive understanding of the world's hidden energies. Yet Gandalf sensed that his understanding remained incomplete. The stone before him was dormant, holding its secrets close. To truly comprehend its workings, he would need to witness it active, or activate it himself, and for that, he would need a focus stone. As the day waned toward afternoon, Gandalf made his decision. If others were investigating the Waypoint network, he needed to understand their progress and intentions. The most direct path to answers lay to the north, where the ruins of Numenor held both the administrative center of the ancient network and, potentially, more focus stones waiting to be discovered. The journey to Numenor took Gandalf westward, along the old royal road, now little more than a faded track through windswept grasslands. Once, this route had thronged with travelers, merchants, and messengers of the Northern Kingdom. Now it lay quiet, traversed only by occasional rangers, and those few traders hardy enough to venture into these unpeopled lands. Autumn was deepening, painting the scattered copses of trees in vibrant gold and crimson. Yet even as nature displayed its seasonal splendor, Gandalf sensed a disquiet in the land itself. The air felt charged, as though before a thunderstorm, though the sky remained clear. Twice he passed lesser waypoint stones, and each time he noted the same subtle disturbance around their bases, signs of recent excavation, careful study. On the fourth day of his journey, as evening approached, He crested a low hill and beheld Lake Evendim stretching before him, its waters reflecting the fiery sunset. Upon its shores lay the ruins of Annúminas, once the proud capital of Arna, now a sprawling maze of crumbling towers and fallen walls reclaimed by nature. Even in decay, the city retained an undeniable majesty. The Númenórean stonework had weathered the centuries well, and many structures still stood, their graceful arches and soaring columns testament to the skill of their builders. Yet an eerie stillness pervaded the ruins, as though the very stones held their breath in anticipation. Gandalf made his approach cautiously, alert for any sign of those who had preceded him. As twilight deepened into night, he detected what he had been expecting. The faint glow of firelight emanating from what had once been the city's central plaza, where the administrative buildings had clustered around the King's Tower. Leaving his mount secured at a safe distance, Gandalf proceeded on foot, moving with a stealth that belied his apparent age. The scattered ruins provided ample cover as he made his way toward the light, his grey robes blending with the shadows. The plaza, when he reached it, presented a scene of organized activity that confirmed his suspicions. A camp had been established amid the ruins, centered around what appeared to be recent archaeological excavations. Several tents stood in an orderly arrangement, and a handful of figures moved about, their faces illuminated by lantern light. The excavation itself focused on a structure Gandalf recognized from the ancient records, the Chamber of Stars, which had once housed the central nexus of the Waypoint network. The upper levels had collapsed centuries ago, but the underground portions appeared intact, with a newly cleared stairway descending into the earth. From his concealed vantage point behind a fallen column, Gandalf studied the camp's occupants. They were men, 7 in total, dressed in the practical garb of scholars rather than warriors. Though several wore swords at their hips, they moved with purpose and discipline, suggesting organization and leadership. His attention was drawn to a tall figure who emerged from the largest tent, a lantern held high in one hand, illuminating a face Gandalf recognized with both surprise and concern. Saruman the White, chief of the Istari and head of the White Council, surveyed the camp with an expression of keen satisfaction. "The readings from the northern site have been most promising," said a man who approached Saruman, offering a sheaf of papers. "The resonance patterns match those we detected at the Weathertop Waypoint." "Excellent," Saruman replied, his deep voice carrying clearly in the still night air. "And the calibration matrix?" "Nearly complete. We've identified 5 of the 7 primary nodes. Once the final connections are established, we should be able to activate the central nexus." Saruman nodded. "Tomorrow we will test the first controlled transmission. The focus stone I constructed based on the ancient designs should allow us to direct the destination precisely." Gandalf's brow furrowed as he processed this revelation. Saruman had not shared news of this research with the White Council, nor had he mentioned any interest in the ancient transportation networks of Arna. Why work in secrecy, and with human assistance, rather than fellow wizards? As Gandalf pondered these troubling questions, Saruman and his assistant moved toward the excavation, descending the stairs to the underground chamber. The remaining men continued their tasks, unaware of the observer in their midst. With practiced stealth, Gandalf circled the camp, seeking a vantage point that would allow him to observe the underground chamber without detection. He found it in a partially collapsed section of wall that overlooked the excavation, offering a clear view of the stairs and the illuminated space below. What he saw took his breath away. The Chamber of Stars had been nearly completely excavated, revealing a circular room whose walls, floor, and ceiling were covered in intricate patterns similar to those on the Waypoint stones, but vastly more complex. At the chamber's center stood a dais of polished black stone, upon which rested a crystalline structure that caught and refracted the lantern light in dazzling patterns. Saruman moved about the chamber with evident familiarity, checking markings on the walls and consulting with his assistant. The White Wizard's face, illuminated from below by the lantern he had set on the dais, showed an intensity of purpose that Gandalf found unsettling. After a time, Saruman and his assistant returned to the surface, deep in conversation about power calibrations and directional alignments. As they disappeared into the main tent, Gandalf withdrew, his mind troubled by what he had witnessed. He retreated to a secluded hollow among the ruins, far enough from the camp to avoid detection, yet close enough to maintain observation. There, as the moon rose over Lake Evendim, he contemplated his next move, Saruman was clearly on the verge of reactivating the ancient network, using knowledge he had kept secret from his fellow wizards. Such power, if mastered, could shift the balance of Middle-earth significantly. But to what end did his old friend work? And why in secret? Gandalf could not shake the feeling that more was at stake here than archaeological curiosity. In his long years walking the paths of Middle-earth, he had learned to trust his instincts, and those instincts now warned of danger. Dawn found Gandalf still in thoughtful vigil, his pipe long since grown cold in his hand. The first pale light revealed the full extent of the ruins of Anúminas spread before him, a testament to glory faded, but not forgotten. Below, Saruman's camp stirred to life, men moving with the brisk efficiency that spoke of both discipline and purpose. Gandalf's heart was troubled. He had known Saruman for many long years, had sat in council with him, respected his wisdom and learning. Yet this secret endeavour, pursued without the knowledge of the White Council, raised questions that could not be easily dismissed. Power obtained in shadow often casts a longer shadow still, Gandalf murmured to himself, rising stiffly to his feet. He had resolved to confront his old friend directly, to understand his purpose before passing judgment. As he made his way down toward the camp, choosing a path that would bring him openly to its edge rather than skulking like a thief, he rehearsed his approach. Saruman was proud and did not take well to questions that might be perceived as challenges to his authority. Yet Gandalf could not simply ignore what he had discovered. A sentry spotted him while he was still some distance away, calling out an alarm. Men emerged from tents, hands moving to sword hilts, before recognition dawned on their faces. "Another wizard," one murmured to his companion, loud enough for Gandalf to hear. "Peace," Gandalf called, raising his empty hand in greeting while the other rested casually upon his staff. "I seek Saruman the White, on matters of mutual concern." The men exchanged uncertain glances, but before they could respond, Saruman himself emerged from the main tent, his white robes gleaming in the morning light. "Gandalf," he said, his voice conveying neither welcome nor hostility, merely acknowledgement. "Your presence is unexpected." "As is yours, old friend," Gandalf replied evenly. "I did not realize the ancient transit systems of Arna had become a focus of your studies." A flicker of something, annoyance, perhaps, or wariness, crossed Saruman's face before his features settled into their customary impassive dignity. "The world holds many mysteries worthy of investigation. This is but one of many scholarly pursuits I have undertaken in recent years." He gestured toward his tent. "Come, we can speak more comfortably within." The interior of Saruman's tent revealed a space transformed into a scholar's study. Maps covered a large table, weighted down with crystals and small metal instruments of precise craftsmanship. Shelves held scrolls and bound volumes, while a smaller table displayed what appeared to be prototypes of focus stones in various stages of completion. "Impressive," Gandalf said, genuinely appreciating the thoroughness of Saruman's research. "You have made considerable progress in understanding the Waypoint network. The principles are elegant in their simplicity, once one grasps the fundamental concepts." Saruman replied, a hint of pride warming his typically austere tone. "The ancient Númenóreans understood aspects of the world's underlying structure that have since been forgotten. They did not view distance as we do, as an absolute barrier to be crossed linearly. Instead, they recognized that certain points in the fabric of the world lie closer together than physical geography would suggest." Gandalf nodded. "Like a cloth folded upon itself, where points far apart when the fabric is spread flat may touch when properly folded." Precisely. The Waypoint network exploits these natural folds in the world's fabric, using the stones as anchors and the focus stones as keys to unlock the passages between them. Saruman gestured to a partially completed diagram. "With the proper calculations and calibrations, one could theoretically travel from the northern wastes to the southernmost reaches of Gondor in the space between one heartbeat and the next. A power with tremendous implications," Gandalf observed carefully, "both for good and ill." Saruman's eyes narrowed slightly. "Knowledge itself is neither good nor ill, Gandalf. It is the use to which knowledge is put that bears moral weight." "And to what use do you intend to put this knowledge?" Gandalf asked directly. "Why work in secrecy, away from the eyes of the White Council?" The temperature in the tent seemed to drop by several degrees. Saruman drew himself up, his full height imposing even to one accustomed to his presence. "I answer to no one regarding my scholarly pursuits," he said coldly. The Council exists to coordinate our efforts against the Shadow, not to monitor my every research interest. And yet, Gandalf pressed gently, a power that could move armies across vast distances in an instant surely bears relevance to our shared mission. When my research yields practical applications, I will of course share them with the Council, Saruman said dismissively. Until then, I prefer to work without the distraction of explaining complex theoretical principles to those who lack the background to appreciate them. The rebuke stung, but Gandalf let it pass. Instead, he moved to the table displaying the focus stone prototypes, examining them with genuine interest. "You've recreated the ancient designs," he said, noting the similarity to the disc Morwen had found. "Improved upon them," Saruman corrected. "The originals were crude compared to what can be achieved with proper understanding of the underlying principles." He lifted one of the completed stones, a disc similar to Morwen's but larger, its spiral patterns more intricate, the central crystal glowing with a faint inner light. "This afternoon we will conduct the first controlled test of a targeted transmission," Saruman said, his voice taking on an almost reverential quality. "After centuries of dormancy, the network will awaken once more to serve the wise." Gandalf's unease deepened at these words, though he kept his expression neutral. "I would be most interested to witness this test if you permit it." Saruman considered Gandalf's request, his sharp eyes searching the Grey Wizard's face for signs of his true intent. After a moment, he inclined his head in assent. "Very well. Your expertise may prove valuable should any unforeseen complications arise. Though I doubt they will," he added with quiet confidence. "My calculations are precise." The remainder of the morning passed in tense preparation. Gandalf observed as Saruman directed his men with the exacting precision of a master craftsman. Each had his role, adjusting instruments, recording measurements, preparing the Chamber of Stars for the afternoon's experiment. Gandalf offered occasional observations and questions, carefully gauging Saruman's responses. The White Wizard answered readily enough when the queries concerned technical aspects of the work, but grew guarded whenever Gandalf steered the conversation toward purposes or potential applications. "You mentioned targeting the transmission," Gandalf remarked as they inspected the crystalline matrix at the chamber's center. "How precise is your control over the destination? With proper calibration, extremely precise," Saruman replied, a note of pride in his voice. "The original system relied on fixed waypoints. One could only travel from stone to stone along established routes. But I have determined that the underlying principles allow for more creative applications." He gestured to a map spread across a portable table, where various locations had been marked with precise notation. "Today's test will target a minor waypoint near Weathertop, a modest distance for the initial attempt. But in time, with refinements to the focus stone design, more distant destinations will become accessible." "Even those without established waypoints?" Gandalf asked, his concern deepening. Saruman's lips curled in a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. "Theoretical possibilities abound, but we must walk before we can run, mustn't we?" As midday approached, final preparations were made. The chosen test subject, a small wooden chest containing various measuring instruments, was placed upon the central dais. Saruman himself would operate the focus stone, while his assistant stood ready with parchment and quill to record observations. Gandalf positioned himself at the chamber's edge, observant but unobtrusive, his staff planted firmly before him. Though his posture appeared relaxed, he remained alert, his senses extended beyond the merely physical, feeling the subtle currents of power that flowed through the ancient structure. "We are ready to begin," Saruman announced, his deep voice filling the chamber. He stepped onto the dais, the enhanced focus stone held reverently in his palm. The men fell silent, anticipation thick in the air. With deliberate movements, Saruman began to trace specific patterns upon the stone's surface with his fingertips, activating its internal energies. The chamber responded immediately. The carved patterns on walls, floor, and ceiling began to glow with a blue-white light that intensified with each passing moment. The crystalline structure at the center of the dais pulsed in rhythm with Saruman's manipulations of the focus stone. "Primary alignment established," Saruman intoned, his face illuminated from below, casting his features into sharp relief. "Secondary harmonic engaged, targeting sequence commencing." The humming that Gandalf had felt at the isolated waypoint stone was present here as well, but magnified 100-fold. It vibrated through stone and bone alike, rising in pitch and intensity until it hovered at the threshold of audible sound. Threads of light began to spin outward from the central crystal, weaving an intricate pattern in the air above the dais. They formed a dome of luminescence that enclosed both Saruman and the wooden chest, growing increasingly solid until the figures within were visible only as shadows. Transmission matrix stabilized, Saruman called, his voice strangely distorted by the energies surrounding him. Initiating transport sequence in 3, 2, 1. With a gesture of command, Saruman brought the focus stone down sharply against the crystalline structure at the center of the dais. A blinding flash erupted, forcing Gandalf to shield his eyes. The chamber filled with a sound like rushing water combined with the crack of breaking ice. When Gandalf's vision cleared, the wooden chest had vanished from the dais. Saruman remained, looking momentarily disoriented but triumphant, the focus stone still clutched in his hand. "Success," he breathed, turning to his assistant. The resonance patterns maintained stability throughout the transmission. Note the time. We must calculate precisely how long it takes our observers at Weathertop to confirm arrival. Gandalf stepped forward, studying the spot where the chest had been. Not even dust remained. The transportation had been complete. "Remarkable," he acknowledged, genuine admiration in his voice despite his misgivings. "The power required for such a feat must be considerable." "Less than you might imagine," Saruman replied, his composure returning rapidly. "The system draws upon natural energies already present in the world. It channels rather than consumes." One of Saruman's men entered the chamber, excitement evident in his hurried stride. "My lord, a signal from the Weathertop team. The chest has arrived intact, all measuring instruments functioning normally." A subtle tension Gandalf hadn't fully registered in Saruman's bearing eased at this news. "Excellent. Have them record all readings and prepare for a return transmission in 1 hour." As they exited the chamber, Saruman's face bore the satisfied look of a craftsman whose work has proven its worth. "You see, Gandalf, control, precision, reliability, the hallmarks of true mastery. This is but the first step toward reclaiming knowledge long thought lost." That evening, as stars began to appear in the darkening sky above Annúminas, Gandalf found himself invited to dine with Saruman in his tent. The White Wizard was in high spirits, the day's successful experiment having vindicated years of research. Wine flowed freely, though Gandalf noted that while Saruman encouraged his guest to partake, he himself drank sparingly, his keen mind apparently unwilling to surrender even a fraction of its sharpness to indulgence. "You must admit, my friend," Saruman said as they finished their meal, "that what you witnessed today represents a significant advancement in our understanding of the ancient arts." "Indeed," Gandalf agreed, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe, "though I wonder if the ancient Númenóreans fully comprehended the forces they were harnessing. Great works often carry unforeseen consequences, as their own history sadly demonstrates." A shadow of irritation crossed Saruman's face. "Always the cautious one, aren't you, Gandalf? Always seeing the shadow rather than the light." "I see both," Gandalf replied mildly. "It is when we see only the light that we risk being blinded to danger." Saruman waved a dismissive hand. "The danger lies in ignorance, not in knowledge. The Waypoint Network represents a power that could fundamentally alter the balance in Middle-earth, a power that should be in the hands of the wise, not left dormant or rediscovered by those who would misuse it. Such as... Need I name our enemies?" Saruman's voice dropped lower. "The shadow in the east grows stronger with each passing decade. Our allies among men dwindle in strength and resolve. The elves retreat to their havens, concerning themselves less and less with the wider world. If the dark powers were to discover and master this network before we do." "A grim prospect," Gandalf acknowledged. "Yet, I cannot help but wonder why you chose not to bring this research before the White Council. Surely our collective wisdom would only strengthen your work." Saruman's expression hardened almost imperceptibly. "The Council moves slowly, debating endlessly, while the enemy gathers his strength. Some things require decisive action, not committee deliberation." He rose from the table, moving to a chest near his sleeping pallet. From it, he withdrew a small wooden box of exquisite craftsmanship. "I had intended to wait until our work here was further advanced before sharing this," he said, returning to place the box before Gandalf. "But perhaps seeing it will help you understand the true scope of what we have rediscovered." Gandalf opened the box carefully. Inside, nestled in velvet, lay what appeared to be another focus stone, yet this one was markedly different from those he had seen earlier. Where those had been silver discs with crystalline centers, this was a perfect sphere of obsidian, its surface etched with runes of a design Gandalf had not encountered before. This, Saruman said with quiet intensity, was recovered from the ruins of Fornost 2 winters past, not Númenórean work, something far older. Gandalf made no move to touch the sphere, instead studying it with eyes that saw more than mere physical form. A subtle wrongness emanated from the artifact, a dissonance in the music of the world that raised the hairs on his neck. "The runes are unfamiliar to me," he said carefully. "As they were to me, initially," Saruman replied. "They are not of elven or human design, nor dwarvish. I believe they originate from the First Age, perhaps even earlier, from a time when different powers shaped the world. And its purpose? Like the focus stones, it is a key, but to a different lock. The waypoint network we have been studying is but a pale imitation of an older, more powerful system that underlies the very fabric of Middle-earth." Saruman's eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity. Imagine Gandalf, movement not just across physical distance, but across the boundaries between realms, between the seen and unseen worlds. A chill that had nothing to do with the autumn night settled in Gandalf's bones. "Some boundaries exist for good reason, Saruman." "So says conventional wisdom," Saruman retorted. "But I have studied this artifact extensively. The power it represents is neutral, neither good nor evil in itself. In the right hands, it could be the salvation of the free peoples. Or their doom," Gandalf said softly. "Have you tested this sphere, as you did the focus stones today?" A flicker of something, frustration perhaps, crossed Saruman's face. "Not yet. The energies it requires are different, more complex, but I am close to understanding its mechanisms." Gandalf closed the box, gently but firmly. "I would counsel patience and extreme caution, old friend. Some knowledge comes at too high a price." "The price of ignorance is higher still," Saruman countered, retrieving the box and returning it to its resting place. "But enough of such serious matters for tonight. Tomorrow we will conduct a more ambitious test, sending a living subject through the waypoint. I would value your observations, if you choose to stay." Gandalf nodded slowly, though unease continued to gnaw at him. "I will remain, for now." Later, as he lay on the simple pallet provided for him in a small tent at the camp's edge, sleep eluded the Grey Wizard. His thoughts circled restlessly around what he had learned and observed. Saruman's ambition had always been evident, but there was something new in his manner, a feverish intensity that bordered on obsession. The obsidian sphere troubled him most of all. He had sensed something familiar in its wrongness, a distant echo of powers that had no place in the current age of the world. That Saruman would even consider unlocking such forces spoke to either a dangerous overconfidence or a willingness to take risks that Gandalf found deeply disturbing. Dawn broke grey and misty over the ruins of Annúminas, the waters of Lake Evendim shrouded in tendrils of fog that crept like ghostly fingers through the crumbling stonework. Gandalf rose early, having found little rest in the night hours. Something about the obsidian sphere had stirred memories long dormant. Echoes of ancient warnings passed down among the Astari when first they came to Middle-earth. As he emerged from his tent, pipe in hand, he found Saruman already abroad, directing his men with brisk efficiency as they prepared for the day's more ambitious experiment. The White Wizard's energy seemed undiminished by any concerns that might have troubled Gandalf's sleep. "Ah, there you are." Saruman greeted him, his tone cordial though his eyes remained calculating. "I trust you slept well? We have much to accomplish today." "Well enough," Gandalf replied neutrally. "I see preparations are already underway." "Indeed. For today's test, we will transport a living subject. One of my assistants has volunteered." Saruman gestured toward a young man checking equipment near the entrance to the Chamber of Stars. "Haleth has been with me since the beginning of this project, and understands its importance." Gandalf studied the young man, earnest, clearly intelligent, and wholly devoted to Saruman's vision. "Has he been informed of all potential risks?" A flicker of irritation crossed Saruman's face. "There are minimal risks. Yesterday's test confirmed the stability of the transmission. Haleth will travel to Weathertop and return immediately with a token to prove the journey's success." Throughout the morning, Gandalf observed the preparations with growing unease. The same meticulous attention to detail was evident, yet there was a subtle shift in the atmosphere, an urgency that had not been present the previous day. Saruman seemed driven by some internal timetable, pushing his men harder, tolerating no delays or questions. Most troubling of all, Gandalf noted the White Wizard making several trips to his private tent, each time emerging with renewed focus and a faint gleam of what might almost be described as feverish excitement in his eyes. By midday, all was ready. The Chamber of Stars hummed with energy, the crystalline structure at its center pulsing with inner light even before activation. Haleth stood upon the dais, his expression a mixture of pride and nervous anticipation. "Remember," Saruman instructed him, "once you arrive at Weathertop, take the red stone our team has prepared and return immediately to the waypoint stone there. Do not linger or explore." "Yes, Lord Saruman," the young man replied, his voice steady despite the momentous task before him. Gandalf positioned himself at the same spot he had occupied the previous day, his staff planted firmly before him, its weathered wood a reassuring solidity amid the chamber's shimmering energies. "We begin," Saruman announced, stepping onto the dais beside Haleth. The ritual proceeded much as it had before, Saruman's manipulation of the focus stone, the building resonance within the chamber, the weaving of light into a dome that enclosed the figures on the dais. Yet Gandalf perceived subtle differences, nuances in the pattern that suggested Saruman had modified the process overnight. As the dome of light reached its full intensity, Saruman made an unexpected movement. While his right hand continued to manipulate the focus stone in the established pattern, his left hand slipped inside his robe, emerging with what Gandalf instantly recognized as the obsidian sphere he had been shown the previous evening. Before Gandalf could cry out a warning, Saruman had brought the two artifacts together, the silver focus stone and the obsidian sphere touching for just an instant as he completed the transmission sequence. The reaction was immediate and violent. The dome of light pulsed, its color shifting from blue-white to a sickly green. The chamber's humming rose to a shriek that assaulted not just the ears but the mind itself. Haleth's expression transformed from anticipation to terror as his body began to shimmer and distort. "Saruman!" Gandalf shouted, surging forward, his staff raised. "What have you done?" But it was too late. With a sound like the tearing of heavy cloth, the dome of light imploded, taking Haleth with it. Where the young man had stood, there was now only empty air and a faint smell of scorched stone. Saruman himself had been thrown backward off the dais, the focus stone and obsidian sphere falling from his grasp to roll in opposite directions across the chamber floor. His white robes were singed, his face ashen with shock. "It should have worked," he gasped as Gandalf reached him. "The calculations were perfect. The sphere should have amplified the transmission, allowed for greater control and distance." "Where is he?" Gandalf demanded, gripping Saruman's shoulder. "Where did you send that boy?" Saruman's eyes were wide, his customary composure shattered. "I don't know," he whispered. The targeting matrix destabilized. He could be anywhere, or nowhere. The implications of those words hung heavy in the air between them. Gandalf released Saruman and turned to retrieve the fallen artifacts. The silver focus stone appeared undamaged, but the obsidian sphere had developed a hairline crack across its surface, from which leaked a faint greenish vapor that dissipated as he watched. "This is beyond reckless," Gandalf said, his voice tight with controlled anger. "You have meddled with forces you do not fully understand, and a young man has paid the price for your hubris." Saruman's shock was rapidly giving way to defensive anger. It was an unforeseen interaction between the artifacts. A setback, nothing more, with proper adjustments. "Proper adjustments?" Gandalf repeated incredulously. "A man is lost, possibly dead or worse, and you speak of adjustments? This experiment ends now, Saruman." The Chamber of Stars fell silent save for the lingering echo of Gandalf's words. Saruman's men stood frozen in shock, eyes darting between the two wizards, whose power suddenly seemed to crackle in the air between them. "You overstep yourself," Saruman said at last, rising to his feet with a dignity belied by the trembling of his hands. "I am the head of our order, Gandalf, not you." "Then act as such," Gandalf replied, his voice lowered but no less forceful. "A leader protects those who follow him, not sacrifices them to slake his thirst for knowledge." For a moment it seemed Saruman might respond with anger, but instead his expression shuttered. control reasserting itself like ice forming over troubled waters. He turned to his assistant, who stood ashen-faced near the chamber entrance. "Send word to our team at Weathertop immediately," he commanded. "Have them check the waypoint and surrounding area for any sign of Haleth. Then, to the others, begin documenting everything. I want every measurement, every observation recorded in precise detail." Gandalf watched as order was restored to the chamber, Saruman's authority unquestioned despite the catastrophe they had just witnessed. Only when the White Wizard had moved away to consult with his assistants did Gandalf retrieve the obsidian sphere from where it had fallen, wrapping it carefully in a fold of his grey robe. The crack in its surface had grown slightly larger, and to Gandalf's heightened senses, it emanated a subtle wrongness, a discordance in the natural flow of energies that reminded him uncomfortably of wounds he had encountered in the fabric of the world, places where dark forces had left their mark. This was no mere artifact of ancient learning. He was now certain. Whatever its origins, the sphere carried an influence that reached beyond the physical realm into spaces best left undisturbed. That Saruman had failed to recognize this, or worse, had recognized but disregarded it, spoke volumes about his state of mind. As the day wore on, messengers came and went from Weathertop with increasing urgency. No sign of Haleth had been found at the waypoint or in the surrounding area. The young man had simply vanished, transported to a destination unknown and perhaps unknowable. Gandalf observed Saruman throughout this crisis, noting how the White Wizard's initial shock gave way not to remorse, but to a calculating determination. He spoke of recalibration and accounting for the interference pattern, as though the disaster had been merely a technical failure rather than the loss of a human life. By nightfall, a grim acceptance had settled over the camp. Haleth would not be returning. The men moved like shadows, their earlier enthusiasm for the project replaced by a somber efficiency. Some avoided Saruman's gaze, though none dared speak openly against him. "A regrettable setback," Saruman said when he and Gandalf convened in his tent that evening, "but not entirely unexpected when pioneering new applications of ancient knowledge." "A young man is gone, Saruman," Gandalf replied, unable to keep the edge from his voice. "That is not a setback. It is a tragedy that should never have occurred." Saruman waved a dismissive hand. "Do not lecture me on the value of individual lives, Gandalf. I am well aware of what was lost today, but weigh that against what might be gained if we perfect this technology. Instant movement of forces across vast distances, the ability to strike at the enemy where he least expects it. The strategic advantage would be incalculable." "At what cost?" Gandalf countered, studying his old friend with growing concern. "And to what end, truly? You speak of fighting the enemy, yet you pursue this work in secret, away from the oversight of the very council established to coordinate such efforts." A muscle twitched in Saruman's jaw, the only outward sign of his irritation. "The council moves too slowly, constrained by caution and tradition. Some initiatives require a bolder approach, and some caution is well-founded," Gandalf said, drawing the wrapped obsidian sphere from within his robe and placing it on the table between them. "This artifact is not what you believe it to be, Saruman. It carries an influence that is neither neutral nor benign." Saruman's eyes fixed on the sphere with an intensity that bordered on hunger. "You presume to lecture me on artifacts and their properties? I, who have spent centuries studying the deep lore of Middle-earth while you wandered among hobbits and men." "I presume nothing," Gandalf replied steadily. "I observe, and what I observe troubles me greatly. This sphere, it does not enhance the waypoint network as you theorized. It distorts it, perhaps even perverts its original purpose." "A premature conclusion based on a single failed experiment," Saruman scoffed. "No, a conclusion based on the feeling of wrongness that emanates from it. A dissonance you would surely sense yourself if you were not so fixated on the power it represents." Saruman's expression hardened. "And you would have me abandon this research based on your feelings? Relinquish a power that could turn the tide against the shadow because it makes Gandalf the Grey uncomfortable?" He shook his head. "I expected better from you. Support, understanding, perhaps even assistance. Instead, you bring nothing but baseless fears and obstruction." "My fears are far from baseless," Gandalf said quietly, "and my concerns stem not from a desire to obstruct, but to protect. Something you seem to have forgotten is our primary purpose in Middle-earth." The silence that followed Gandalf's words stretched taut between them, filled with the weight of centuries of friendship, now strained to its breaking point. Saruman's face was a mask, his dark eyes reflecting the lamplight like polished stone. "You overreach yourself, Gandalf," he said at last, his voice deceptively soft. "You come uninvited into my work, question my judgment, and now presume to lecture me on our purpose. I have never forgotten our mission. I have merely recognized that fulfilling it may require methods you lack the vision to embrace." Gandalf sighed, a sound heavy with weariness and regret. "Vision without wisdom is a dangerous thing, old friend. I fear your pursuit of knowledge has become something else, something that blinds rather than illuminates." He reached for the obsidian sphere, but Saruman's hand shot out with surprising speed, clamping around his wrist. "The sphere remains with me," the White Wizard said, his tone brooking no argument. "It is far too valuable to be removed based on unfounded concerns." Gandalf did not struggle against the grip, but met Saruman's gaze steadily. The crack widened, Saruman. "Whatever power the sphere once contained is leaking away. Or perhaps something else is leaking in. Can you not sense it?" For just a moment, doubt flickered across Saruman's face, a shadow of the wisdom that had once defined him. But it passed quickly, replaced by resolute determination. "I sense opportunity," he replied, releasing Gandalf's wrist to take possession of the sphere. "Opportunity that will not be squandered through excessive caution." Gandalf recognized the futility of further argument. Saruman's mind was set, his pride too deeply invested in this path to allow for retreat. With a heavy heart, Gandalf rose from the table. "I will take my leave tomorrow," he said quietly. "I cannot in good conscience support this work, nor can I remain silent about its dangers. I must bring this matter before the White Council." Saruman's expression hardened. "Do so, and you will find yourself standing alone. The others will see the value in what I have discovered, even if you cannot." "Perhaps," Gandalf conceded. "But the truth must be spoken, regardless of who chooses to hear it." He retired to his small tent, sleep eluding him once more as he pondered the widening rift between himself and the head of his order. Something fundamental had changed in Saruman, or perhaps had always been there, hidden beneath layers of wisdom and restraint, now emerging as ambition overwhelmed caution. The pre-dawn hours found Gandalf seated on a fallen column at the edge of the ruins, his pipe sending wisps of smoke into the chill air as he gazed across the misty waters of Lake Avendim. The beauty of the scene stood in stark contrast to the disquiet in his heart. A soft footfall alerted him to another's presence. Turning, he found one of Saruman's assistants, an older man named Malar, who had spoken little during Gandalf's stay. "You should not be seen speaking with me," Gandalf observed mildly. "Your master would not approve." Malar glanced nervously over his shoulder before settling beside Gandalf on the weathered stone. "Lord Saruman sleeps. The events of yesterday, they drained him more than he would admit. And yet, you risk his displeasure to seek me out. Why?" The man's weathered face was troubled in the dim light. "Because Haleth was my nephew," he said softly. "Because I have watched this research grow more feverish, more reckless with each passing month. And because I found this, from within his tunic, he withdrew a folded parchment, passing it to Gandalf with trembling fingers. Unfolding it carefully, Gandalf found himself looking at a map of Middle-earth, marked with dozens of small circles in Saruman's precise hand. Some he recognized as known waypoint locations, but others. "These markings in red," he asked, indicating a pattern that spread in an arc from Mordor northward. "What do they signify?" "Potential sites for new waypoints," Malar explained. "Lord Saruman believes that with the Obsidian Sphere's power, he can establish new nodes in the network, bypass the need for ancient stones entirely." Gandalf's brow furrowed as he studied the pattern more closely. The red markings formed a network that would allow swift movement of forces to strategic locations throughout Middle-earth, including sites perilously close to Mordor itself. "This is more than research," Gandalf murmured. "This is preparation." "For war," Malar agreed solemnly. "Lord Saruman speaks increasingly of confronting the enemy directly, of building forces that can strike at the heart of his power." "A noble goal," Gandalf acknowledged. "But the means." He trailed off, his eyes returning to the map with its web of potential power. "Has he mentioned the source of the Obsidian Sphere? Its origins?" Malar hesitated, his voice dropping even lower. "Only once, when deep in his cups after a breakthrough." He said it came from the deep places where shadows lie untroubled by the sun. I believe he journeyed to the ruins of Angmar before beginning this work. A chill that had nothing to do with the morning air settled in Gandalf's bones. The realm of Angmar had been the seat of the Witch King's power before his fall, a place steeped in ancient and malevolent sorcery. If the sphere had indeed been recovered from those accursed lands, its influence would be far darker than Saruman was willing to acknowledge. "Thank you for bringing this to me," Gandalf said, returning the map to Mala. "Keep it hidden, but safe. It may prove important in days to come." The assistant nodded, rising to depart as the first rays of dawn broke over the eastern hills. "What will you do now?" he asked. Gandalf tamped down the embers of his pipe, his decision made. "What I must. The White Council must be informed, yes, but there is a more immediate concern. If the Waypoint Network is indeed stirring to life after centuries of dormancy, others may have noticed, others whose intentions are far darker than Saruman's ambition." The morning mist still clung to the ruins of Anuminas as Gandalf made his final preparations to depart. He had spoken no more with Saruman since their confrontation the previous night, judging further words futile. The White Wizard had retreated into his work with renewed fervour, as though the disaster with Haleth had been merely a spur to greater efforts, rather than a warning to be heeded. As Gandalf secured his meagre belongings to his patient steed, he felt, rather than heard, Saruman's approach. A subtle shifting in the air, a pressure that spoke of barely restrained power. "You mean to leave, then?" Saruman said, his deep voice neutral, betraying neither anger nor regret. "I do," Gandalf replied simply, turning to face his old friend. "Our paths diverge here, Saruman. I cannot support what you do, nor can I remain silent about its dangers." Saruman's face was composed, his white robes immaculate once more, all traces of yesterday's catastrophe erased. Only in his eyes could Gandalf detect the feverish intensity that had so troubled him these past days. "I had hoped for understanding, if not support," Saruman said. "We have walked this world for many long years, you and I, seen the slow decline of all that was once great. Is it so wrong to seek the power to arrest that decline? To turn back the shadow that grows ever longer across these lands? It is not the seeking of power that concerns me," Gandalf answered gently, "but the price you seem willing to pay for it, and the source from which you draw it." Saruman's expression hardened. "You fear what you do not understand. The Obsidian Sphere is a tool, nothing more. It can be mastered, controlled." "Can it?" Gandalf's gaze was steady. "Even now, its influence spreads. I see it in your eyes, old friend. A hunger that was not there before. A certainty that brooks no doubt, admits no error." For a moment, something flickered in Saruman's eyes. A momentary wavering, perhaps even a flash of the wisdom that had once guided him. But it passed quickly, replaced by cold resolve. "Go then," he said dismissively. "Return to your wandering ways. When the time comes, perhaps you will recognize the necessity of what I do here." "Perhaps," Gandalf conceded, though his heart doubted it. "But I ask one thing of you before I depart. A promise, as one Istari to another." Saruman's eyebrow arched in silent query. "Seal away the Obsidian Sphere," Gandalf said. "Do not use it again until you have brought this matter before the White Council and received their counsel. Continue your research on the Waypoint Network if you must, but using only the methods of the ancient Númenóreans, not this. Darker power. A long silence stretched between them, filled with the weight of centuries of shared purpose now strained to breaking. "I will consider your request," Saruman said at last, his words carefully measured, "though I maintain that your fears are unfounded." It was not the promise Gandalf had hoped for, but it was all he would receive. With a heavy heart, he mounted his steed and, with a final nod to his old friend, rode away from the ruins of Anúminas, the morning sun at his back casting his shadow long before him. His path now lay eastward, toward the Weather Hills where he had begun this journey. The knowledge he had gained weighed heavily upon him, not just of the Waypoint Network and Saruman's ambitions, but of the darker currents that seemed to be stirring in the world. If artifacts of ancient power were awakening after centuries of dormancy, it was unlikely to be mere coincidence. Something had changed in the balance of forces that governed Middle-earth, a shift subtle enough to escape casual notice, yet profound in its implications. As the day wore on and the ruins of Anúminas faded behind him, Gandalf's thoughts turned to what must be done. The White Council should be informed, yes, but a gathering of such magnitude would take time to arrange. more immediate action was needed. He would seek out Elrond upon his return to Rivendell, share what he had learned, and seek the Elf Lord's wisdom. Then, perhaps, a journey southward to consult with Galadriel in Lothlorien. If anyone could perceive the true nature of the changes occurring in Middle-earth, it would be the Lady of the Golden Wood, whose sight reached far beyond the merely physical realm. And what of Saruman? Gandalf harboured no illusions that his old friend would heed his warning. The lure of power had taken root too deeply, the obsidian sphere's influence too pervasive. Yet he could not bring himself to view Saruman as an enemy, not yet. There was good still in him, wisdom that might yet reassert itself if given time. As the sun began its westward descent, Gandalf's path took him through a small valley where autumn leaves danced on the breeze. The simple beauty of it reminded him of what was at stake, not abstract power or ancient knowledge, but the living world itself, with all its wonders great and small. It was for this that he had been sent to Middle-earth, not to seek dominion or to remake the world according to his will, but to guide, to protect, to kindle hope in dark places. If Saruman had forgotten this purpose, then Gandalf must hold to it all the more firmly. The Grey Wizard took out his pipe as he rode, a small comfort amid troubling thoughts. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new paths to walk. For now, he would embrace the journey itself, alert to the whispers of the world around him and the deeper currents that flowed beneath. For that was the true wisdom the ancient Númenóreans had understood when they created their waypoint network, that all points in the great tapestry of existence were connected, folded together in patterns beyond mortal comprehension. To travel between them was not merely to master distance, but to recognize the profound unity that bound all things together. It was a lesson Saruman, in his hunger for power, had forgotten. But Gandalf the Grey would remember, and, in remembering, perhaps find a way to guide his old friend back to the light before darkness claimed him completely. Story 2. In the waning days of the Third Age, when the shadow had not yet grown to its full strength, but stirred restlessly in forgotten places, there came a time of strange disquiet in the northern borders of Mirkwood. It was in those dark and troubling days that Gandalf the Grey, ever vigilant against encroaching darkness, received tidings that deeply troubled his mind. The first whispers reached him in Rivendell, where the murmur of falling water soothed weary hearts and the golden leaves of autumn danced upon gentle wind. A ranger of the north, weather-worn and grim-faced, brought word of curious happenings near the edge of the great forest. Strange voices haunt the minds of those who dwell near Mirkwood's northern eaves, said the ranger, his voice low, as if fearing to be overheard even in Elrond's secure refuge. Men speak of thoughts not their own, of visions that come unbidden in the night, and of knowledge they could not possibly possess. A settlement, led by one called Alden, has fallen into disarray, with neighbour suspecting neighbour of dark sorcery. Barely had this news settled in Gandalf's mind, when a raven arrived bearing a message from Radagast the Brown. The bird spoke of similar disturbances among the woodland folk, elves who heard the thoughts of trees and beasts more clearly than ever before, yet at great cost to their own peace of mind. These are not common troubles, Gandalf mused, drawing deeply on his pipe beneath a star-swept sky. The borders of Mirkwood have ever been perilous, but this speaks of something stirred from long slumber. The wizard's eyes narrowed as he gazed eastward. Two peoples suffering similar torments, yet in different ways. This bears the mark of an ancient power awakening. Without further delay, Gandalf set forth upon the east road, his staff in hand and purpose in his stride. The journey would be long, and the weather grew chill as autumn deepened toward winter. But such concerns were trivial against the possibility of a new power arising in the Shadow's service. The land changed as Gandalf approached Mirkwood's edge. Green hills gave way to stark, wind-scoured rises where twisted trees clung desperately to thin soil. The very air seemed reluctant to move, hanging heavy with an unnatural stillness that pressed upon the mind like a physical weight. Gandalf felt it as he crested a ridge overlooking the troubled lands, a presence ancient and sorrowful, neither malevolent nor benign, but wounded and weeping in a voice too deep for ears to hear. It settled upon his thoughts like a shroud, making even his purpose momentarily distant and unclear. Yes, there is power here, he murmured. Old power, preserved like insects in amber, unchanging through the long years. In the distance, smoke rose from the settlement of men on the western edge of the forest. while to the east lay the shadowed eaves of Mirkwood, where woodland elves kept their uneasy watch. Between them stretched a no-man's land of mist-shrouded rocks and skeletal trees touched by an unnatural frost. Gandalf felt the tension between the two settlements like a bowstring drawn taut, ready to loose its arrow into violence. With grim determination, he urged his mount forward into the Valley of Shadows. The settlement of men sprawled against the hillside, a collection of sturdy wooden houses, rough palisades, and the nervous movements of people unaccustomed to fear. Alden himself stood watching Gandalf's approach, tall and unyielding, despite the strain evident in his deep-set eyes. His beard, braided with silver clasps that spoke of better days, trembled slightly as he spoke. "Wizard," he growled in greeting, the word neither welcome nor dismissal. "What brings you to this accursed place?" "The accursedness itself," replied Gandalf mildly. "I hear you have found more than you bargained for in your proximity to the forest." Alden's face darkened. "Sorcery and ill fortune. The elves cast their enchantments upon us, invading our minds, stealing our thoughts. No man can trust his neighbour when each might be bewitched." As he spoke these accusations, Gandalf observed how the man's fingers worked nervously at his belt, how his eyes darted about as though each shadow might conceal an eavesdropper. "Show me your afflicted," said Gandalf, his tone brooking no refusal. The wizard was led to a long hall where several men and women lay upon pallets, their faces contorted in restless sleep. Some muttered in languages they had never learned, others cried out answers to questions no one had asked, and still others recited knowledge of distant lands and ancient lore beyond their simple learning. "They hear voices," Alden said softly, "not with their ears, but inside their minds. Elven magic, it must be." Gandalf placed his hand upon the brow of a young woman whose features were twisted in distress. She grew calm at his touch, her breathing steadying. "This is not elven work," the wizard said with certainty. "The Firstborn do not invade minds thus, even in malice. No, there is another power at work here, something older, something disturbed from long dormancy." Across the valley, the woodland elves presented a different face of the same affliction. Gandalf found them withdrawn deeper into the forest than was their custom. Their customary watchfulness turned inward as they struggled with their own minds. Their leader, Nimrodel, met Gandalf beneath the boughs of a great beech. Her eyes, usually bright with the light of stars, were shadowed with weariness. "The Grey Wanderer," she said. "Have you come to end our suffering or merely to witness it?" "That depends on its nature," replied Gandalf. "Tell me what you have experienced." As twilight deepened around them, Nimrodel spoke of how the thoughts of beasts and trees had grown overwhelming in their minds. No longer the gentle communion that woodland elves had always known, but a roaring tide of consciousness that threatened to drown their own. "The very forest speaks too loudly," she said, gesturing to where several elves sat in trance-like states, their eyes vacant. "We hear the memories of trees, the dreams of sleeping beasts, the hunger of predators. It comes unbidden, pressing upon us like a storm." "And you blame the men for this?" Gandalf asked carefully. Nimrodal's eyes flashed. "They have delved where they should not. They have disturbed something ancient that was better left in slumber. Their greed will be our undoing." Gandalf moved among the afflicted elves, speaking gently to those most deeply touched by the strange malady. One described how he could feel the slow thoughts of the ancient trees as if they were his own. Another showed hands that had begun to twist and gnarl, taking on aspects of the forest's oldest denizens. "This is the same source that troubles the men," Gandalf said at last. "Though it manifests differently among your people, then they must have disturbed some ancient evil," Nimrodel declared. "They must be driven from these lands before they unleash destruction upon us all." "Peace," said Gandalf sternly. "That is the whisper of the affliction speaking through you, not wisdom. I must learn what has awakened before judgment can be made." And so Gandalf found himself caught between two peoples, each suffering, each blaming the other, while something ancient stirred in the shadows between them, something that reached out with tendrils of thought, bridging minds never meant to touch, sharing knowledge never meant to be shared. The wizard knew he must find this source quickly, for the fragile peace would not hold. Already men sharpened their weapons, and elves notched arrows to their bows. When minds could no longer be trusted, violence would not be far behind. It was in the deepest chamber of Alden's storehouse that the truth was revealed at last. After much persuasion and no small display of wizardly authority, the settlement leader led Gandalf down into an earthen cellar where their most precious goods were kept. Pressing against a seemingly solid wall, Alden revealed a hidden chamber beyond. "We found it 3 moons past," said Alden, his voice hushed with reluctant awe, while digging deeper foundations for our granary. The light of Gandalf's staff illuminated a stone unlike any other. Large as a smith's anvil, its surface neither fully crystalline nor wholly opaque. Ancient runes spiraled across its surface, in patterns that seemed to move when viewed from the corner of the eye. At its center, a fresh crack marred the intricate design, and from this wound emitted a faint, sickly luminescence. "When did the stone break?" Gandalf asked, immediately recognizing the gravity of what lay before him. "We did not break it," Alden insisted, though his eyes shifted away. "It was already cracked when we found it." Gandalf approached carefully, holding his hand near the stone's surface without touching it. Immediately, a wave of raw consciousness assaulted his senses. Not thoughts precisely, but a desperate yearning to connect, to communicate, to join minds together in a manner that mortal beings were never meant to endure. "This is no simple stone," Gandalf said, his voice grave. "This is a palantir of Ithil, not one of the 7 known to lore, but an 8th, an experimental seeing stone crafted in the last days of Arna, as the shadow of Angmar lengthened across these lands." Alden's face paled beneath his beard. "A seeing stone? Like the wizards use?" "Similar, yet profoundly different," Gandalf explained. "The conventional palantiri allow their users to witness distant events, or to communicate through carefully controlled means, but this one was designed for deeper communion, to share not just words or visions, but thoughts themselves." The wizard circled the stone, studying the intricate runes more carefully. The damage has disrupted its containment runes. Instead of allowing controlled communication between willing minds, it now broadcasts indiscriminately, forcing connections upon unprepared minds. "Can it be moved?" asked Alden hopefully. "Taken far from here?" "That would be unwise," Gandalf cautioned. "Such artifacts are perilous to handle even when intact. Damaged as this one is, attempting to move it might cause a complete fracture, magnifying its effects tenfold." The wizard fell silent, lost in contemplation. This explained the differing symptoms between the 2 peoples. Men, unaccustomed to any form of mental communion, experienced the stone's power as intrusive foreign thoughts. The woodland elves, already sensitive to the subtle mental emanations of their forest home, found these natural connections amplified beyond endurance. "It must be repaired or destroyed," Gandalf said at last, "and for that I will need the cooperation of both your people and the elves." Alden scoffed. "The forest dwellers will never help us. They blame us for their suffering." "As you blame them," Gandalf observed dryly. "Yet neither is at fault here. This stone predates both your settlements by many centuries." The wizard's keen eyes noted how Alden's gaze kept returning to the stone with a mixture of fear and fascination. "Have you touched it?" he asked suddenly. Alden startled. "I may have when we first discovered it, before the affliction began, and since then, have you felt drawn to it, found your thoughts returning to it unbidden?" The man's silence was answer enough. "The stone creates a cycle," Gandalf explained. "It projects thoughts outward and draws attention inward. That attention feeds it, strengthening its broadcast. Like a bell struck wrongly, its dissonance grows with each reverberation." Leaving the cellar, Gandalf found the villagers gathered outside, their faces etched with equal parts hope and suspicion. Word of his presence had spread quickly, and with it, rumors of a solution to their plight. "What sorcery afflicts us, Gandalf?" called one weathered farmer. "Is it the elves doing after all?" "No," Gandalf replied firmly. "You have uncovered an ancient artifact, a tool of forgotten Arna. It reaches into minds unbidden, sharing thoughts that were meant to remain private. The elves suffer as you do, though in different ways." Skeptical mutters greeted this announcement. Gandalf could see how deeply the suspicion had rooted itself in their hearts, nourished by the stone's influence. "I must speak with the woodland folk," he continued. "Together, we may find a way to silence this stone. Until then, avoid the cellar entirely. The farther you remain from the stone, the weaker its hold on your minds." As twilight approached, Gandalf journeyed back to the eaves of Mirkwood. There he found the elven situation had deteriorated further. Several now lay in trances so deep they could not be roused, their minds wandering in communion with entities never meant for such intimate connection. Nimrodel greeted him with guarded hope. "What have you discovered, Mithrandir?" Gandalf related his findings, watching understanding dawn in her ancient eyes. "A mind stone," she whispered. "That explains much. We felt the forest's thoughts growing louder after the last new moon, when strange dreams troubled our sleep. The men are not to blame," Gandalf emphasized. "They uncovered what should have remained buried, but did so in ignorance, not malice." Nimrodel's lips tightened. "Ignorance is cold comfort to those who suffer its consequences. What would you have us do?" "The stone must be mended or unmade," said Gandalf. "Both tasks require skills your people possess, knowledge of ancient enchantments, and attunement to the subtle flows of consciousness." "You ask much," Nimrodel replied, "to aid those who have looked upon us with suspicion and hatred." "I ask what must be done," Gandalf countered firmly, "before the stone's influence grows beyond control. Already it reaches further each night, touching dreams as far as the misty mountains. Left unchecked, it may eventually extend its reach to Dol Guldur itself." At this, Nimrodel's expression grew grave. All knew what slept in that ancient fortress, or rather, what did not sleep, but watched and waited. "If the shadow were to harness such a device," she began. "Indeed," Gandalf nodded solemnly, "a tool that could share thoughts across vast distances, turning them to its purpose, it would be a terrible weapon." The elven leader gazed toward the settlement of men, barely visible through the trees. "We will help," she decided reluctantly, "though I doubt they will welcome our presence." "Leave that to me," said Gandalf, already formulating how best to bring these suspicious neighbors together. "The stone affects both your peoples differently, but it is your shared suffering that may be the key to ending its influence." As night fell across the valley, an uneasy truce settled between the two communities. Not friendship, not yet trust, but a fragile acknowledgement of common purpose. Whether it would survive the trials ahead remained to be seen, for the damaged Palantir continued its silent work, weaving minds together in patterns never intended by its makers. The preparations lasted through the night and into the following day. Under Gandalf's guidance, Nimrodel selected 5 elves with the strongest resistance to the stone's influence, those whose minds had been trained through centuries of communion with the living forest to withstand unusual mental connections. Meanwhile, in the settlement of men, Gandalf sought those with the clearest voices and strongest wills, 5 individuals whose thoughts remained mostly their own, despite the stone's intrusive presence. They would be needed to anchor the ritual Gandalf had devised. Both groups struggled against the stone's growing influence, which seemed to intensify as they prepared to challenge it. Hands trembled, voices faltered, and minds wandered down dark paths of doubt and suspicion. Gandalf moved between them, his presence a bulwark against the psychic tide, offering encouragement and subtle strengthening where needed most. "Remember," he told them, "the fear you feel is not yours alone. It belongs to the stone, a distortion of its original purpose. You give it no new power when you recognize it for what it truly is." Dawn was breaking when Gandalf called both groups together at the midpoint between their communities, a small clearing marked by a circle of ancient standing stones, weathered by countless seasons. The meeting began in tense silence, elves and men regarding one another with barely disguised hostility. "This stone was not made by either of your peoples," Gandalf reminded them. "It was crafted in the lost kingdom of Arna, designed to be a tool of peace and understanding between distant communities." He unrolled an ancient parchment that Nimrodel had provided from their archives, showing the intricate design of a complete mind stone. "See here," he continued, pointing to the complex runes that spiraled around its circumference. "These are containment runes, meant to focus and direct its power. With these intact, the stone would allow controlled, willing communion between minds, a sharing of knowledge and perspective that might have prevented the very suspicions that now divide you." The men shifted uncomfortably, while the elves maintained their characteristic stillness. Yet Gandalf could sense both groups beginning to understand the gravity of what they faced. "What must be done?" asked Alden at last, breaking the uneasy silence. "The stone's crack must be sealed," Gandalf explained. "But physical mending alone is insufficient. The mental pathways it has forced open must be properly closed, lest they remain vulnerable to darker influences." He turned to the elves. "Your people understand the delicate art of mental communion. You must guide the closing of these pathways, teaching the men's minds to shield themselves once more." To the men, he said, Your role is equally vital. The stone responds to your focused will, your determination. You must provide the strength of purpose that will bend it back to its original intent. And if we fail, challenge one of the elven party, a slender figure with eyes ancient even for his kind. If we fail, Gandalf replied gravely, the stone's influence will continue to grow. Eventually, its reach may extend to places where older, darker powers dwell, entities that would use such a tool for dominion rather than understanding. This sobering thought silenced further objections. Reluctantly, men and elves began to work together, following Gandalf's instructions to prepare for the ritual that would take place at sunset. The elves fashioned intricate patterns of silver wire that would be laid across the stone's surface, while the men prepared a paste of rare minerals and herbs that would fill the physical crack. Gandalf himself spent hours inscribing new containment runes onto small tablets of white stone, each one designed to resonate with and strengthen the original patterns. As the day wore on, something unexpected began to happen. Forced to work in close proximity, men and elves found their mutual suspicion gradually giving way to grudging respect. The elves marveled at the practical ingenuity of the men, while the men gained new appreciation for the elves' patience and precision. This was not lost on Gandalf, who smiled quietly to himself as he observed their interactions. The stone's influence had driven them apart, but the very act of resisting it was bringing them together. Perhaps not as its creators had intended, but effective nonetheless. By late afternoon, with the western sky ablaze in gold and crimson, all was ready. The damaged palantir was carefully transported to the stone circle, carried on a litter of white wood that the elves had woven with protective charms. There, it was placed upon a central altar stone, its sickly glow more pronounced in the fading light. Now comes the true test, Gandalf announced. Form a circle around the stone, alternating man and elf. Join hands, yes, you must, he added firmly when both sides hesitated. The circuit must be complete. Reluctantly, they complied, forming a ring of 10 around the palantir. Gandalf stood outside their circle, staff planted firmly in the earth, his mind reaching out to monitor the subtle currents of power that flowed between them. Close your eyes, he instructed. Elves, begin the chant of containment. Men, focus your thoughts on boundaries, the walls of your homes, the gates of your settlement, the very borders that define you as individuals. The elven chant rose like a gentle breeze, words in an ancient tongue that few now remembered. As they sang, the silver wires began to glow with a cool light that seemed to flow inward toward the stone's central crack. The men, less versed in ritual magic, concentrated as Gandalf had bidden them. Their contributions were less visible, but no less vital. Currents of will and determination that provided the structure within which the elven magic could work. Gandalf himself spoke words of power, not loud but carrying the weight of authority that was his by nature and long service. The word meant peace in a language older than the stone itself. For a moment, nothing changed. The stone's sickly glow continued unabated, and the intrusive thoughts it generated seemed to intensify, as though it sensed the threat to its newfound freedom and was fighting back. Then, with the suddenness of a snapped bowstring, something shifted. The stone's glow changed, transforming from sickly green to a pure white light that illuminated the circle without casting shadows. The minds of all present felt a sudden lightening, as though a weight had been lifted from their thoughts. It begins, Gandalf murmured, watching the energies coalesce. Do not break the circle, no matter what occurs. The silver wires melted, flowing like quicksilver into the crack at the stone's center. The mineral paste that the men had prepared began to bubble and harden, sealing the physical breach. But the true work was happening on a level invisible to ordinary sight, in the realm of thought and consciousness where the stone exerted its influence. Within that mental landscape, elves and men found themselves standing together in a vast, formless space, filled with swirling mists of many colors. These were the thoughts and memories of every mind touched by the stone, now made manifest in this shared vision. Guide them, Gandalf's voice echoed, though his physical form was not present. Show them the way back to themselves. The elves, accustomed to navigating the subtle realms of consciousness, moved with practiced grace through the churning mental fog. Each took the hand of a human counterpart, leading them toward distinct pillars of light that represented their true individual selves. But the stone fought back. From the depths of the mist emerged shadowy forms, not physical entities, but psychic impressions of ancient fears and suspicions. They whispered promises and threats, trying to lure the participants away from their path. "The elves will betray you once the stone is mended," hissed a shadow to one of the men. "They seek only to claim its power for themselves. These mortals cannot be trusted," another murmured to an elven participant. "Their minds are too weak, too easily corrupted." In the physical world, the circle remained unbroken, though sweat beaded on foreheads and hands trembled within their joined grasp. Gandalf watched intently, seeing the struggle reflected in their expressions, though he could not perceive the mental battle directly. Within the shared mindscape, the elves taught the men to recognize these whispers for what they were, not truth, but distortions born of the stone's damaged state. Together, they pressed forward, creating boundaries and pathways through the chaotic mists, slowly imposing order on what had become disordered. As the ritual progressed, the stone's glow began to pulse rhythmically, like a heartbeat gradually steadying after great exertion. The containment runes that Gandalf had inscribed floated up from their tablets, hovering in the air before settling onto the stone's surface, merging with the original patterns. Hour by hour, the work continued under terrible pressure. Both elves and men were reaching the limits of their endurance, their physical forms trembling with exhaustion, while their minds grappled with forces never meant for mortal handling. Just when it seemed they could bear no more, a clear, crystalline note rang out. Not a sound in the ordinary sense, but a perfect resonance that vibrated through thought itself. In that moment of perfect harmony, the stone's disparate energies aligned, and its healing was complete. The mists of the shared mindscape dissipated, and participants found themselves back in their physical bodies, standing in the circle with the now quiescent Palantir at its center. The stone glowed with a steady, neutral light that illuminated without intrusion, a tool once more, rather than a chaotic force. One by one, they released their joined hands, staggering slightly as the tension of the ritual left them. Elves steadied men, and men supported elves, the boundaries between them temporarily forgotten in the aftermath of shared trial. "It is done," Gandalf announced, his own countenance reflecting both weariness and quiet satisfaction. "The stone is healed, its powers contained once more." "What will become of it now?" asked Alden, eyeing the Palantir with lingering wariness. "It must be guarded," Gandalf replied, "used wisely or not at all. In the right hands, it could be a means of fostering understanding between your peoples. In the wrong hands." He left the thought unfinished, but all present understood. They had felt the stone's power, experienced firsthand how it could twist minds and sow discord. "We will guard it," Nimrodel said unexpectedly. When the men began to protest, she raised a hand for silence. Not alone, together, with the men of the settlement. A shared responsibility, as it was a shared burden. Alden considered this, then nodded slowly. A joint council, then. Elves and men together, deciding when and how the stone might safely be used. Thus was born the Council of the Mind Stone, an unlikely alliance between the woodland folk and the settlers of the valley. A small chamber was built at the precise midpoint between their communities, where the stone would rest upon a pedestal, watched over by guardians from both peoples. In the days that followed, as minds cleared and normal thought patterns reasserted themselves, both communities marveled at how thoroughly they had been influenced. Suspicions that had seemed so reasonable, so certain, now appeared clearly as the stone's corruption. The mind is a fragile thing. Gandalf observed to Nimrodel as they watched men and elves working together to complete the stone's new housing. More vulnerable than sword or arrow, yet more resilient in its own way. Will they remember this lesson, I wonder, the elven leader mused. Or will old habits of suspicion return once the memory of shared trial fades? Gandalf's eyes twinkled with something that might have been amusement or wisdom. That, my dear elf, is why I suggested they continue to use the stone, carefully, under controlled circumstances, with proper preparation. Nimrodel looked startled. You wish them to continue using it, after all the harm it caused? Consider, Gandalf said, how much easier it is to fear what you do not understand, to suspect what remains foreign to your experience. The stone, properly used, allows for a sharing of perspective that no amount of words could achieve. A dangerous tool, she observed, as are all tools of true power, Gandalf agreed. But sometimes, the very thing that wounded can also be the means of healing, if wisdom guides its use. 3 seasons passed in relative peace. The Council of the Mind Stone established careful protocols for the artifact's use, allowing controlled sessions where elves and men could share knowledge and perspective without the chaos that had marked its damaged state. Trust grew slowly between the communities, nurtured by these shared experiences and the memory of their joint triumph. Gandalf had departed soon after the stone's healing, drawn to other troubles in distant lands, but his guidance remained in the form of detailed instructions left with both Alden and Nimrodel. The stone was to be used sparingly, always with participants fully prepared and willing, never in moments of high emotion or urgency when its power might more easily slip control. In his absence, the council had flourished, transforming from reluctant necessity to valued institution. Where once suspicion and fear had reigned, now grew cautious friendship. Elven healers shared their ancient knowledge of forest remedies with human apprentices, while skilled human craftsmen taught the elves techniques for working with metals and stone that complemented their own organic creations. Yet peace in Middle-earth is ever a fragile thing, and shadows have ways of returning when vigilance wane. The first sign of trouble came with the new moon of winter, when a band of travelers from the south sought shelter in Alden's settlement. They were a rough sort, their leader a tall man with eyes like chips of ice and a smile that never reached them. They called themselves merchants, though their wares were few and their questions many. "Strangers rarely find their way to our valley," Alden said cautiously as he welcomed them to his hall. "What brings you so far north before the spring thaws?" "We seek opportunity where others fear to tread," replied their leader, who called himself Caradas. His gaze wandered the hall with calculated disinterest, yet missed nothing. "There are whispers in the south of ancient treasures in these lands, artifacts of power from days long past." Alden's face betrayed nothing, but his mind flashed immediately to the Mind Stone, a thought that caused Nimrodel, seated beside him, to glance sharply in his direction. For the council members had used the stone enough that a faint connection persisted between them, even when not in formal communion. "No treasures here," Alden replied steadily. "Only honest folk making their living from the land." Caradas smiled that cold smile again. "Of course, though I wonder. We heard tales of unusual events in these parts. Afflictions of the mind, visions that came unbidden. Such things often point to relics of the elder days." Later, in the privacy of the council chamber, Alden and Nimrodel shared their concerns. "They seek the stone," Nimrodel stated flatly. "The question is, how did they learn of it?" "Perhaps they merely followed rumors," suggested Alden, though without much conviction. "Word of our strange malady may have spread farther than we realized." "Perhaps," the elven leader conceded. "Yet I sensed purpose in their questions, as if they sought confirmation rather than discovery. They agreed to double the guard on the stone's chamber, and to watch the strangers closely during their stay. What neither could have anticipated was that Caradas had means of gathering information beyond ordinary observation. That night, as the settlement slept beneath a moonless sky, Caradas performed a ritual in the privacy of his allocated quarters. From a velvet pouch, he withdrew a shard of black stone, a fragment that pulsed with malevolent energy at his touch. Holding it to his brow, he closed his eyes and sent his consciousness outward, probing the minds of sleepers throughout the settlement. Most resisted unconsciously, their thoughts closing like flowers at dusk before his intrusion. But some, those who had participated most frequently in the Mind Stone sessions, were different. Their minds had become accustomed to connection, had developed channels for the flow of thought that now lay like unguarded pathways for Caradas to explore. Through these unwitting conduits, Caradas learned much: the stone's location, the protocols for its use, even fragments of Gandalf's warnings about its potential in the wrong hands. By dawn, he had confirmed what his master had suspected. A palantir of unique design lay within his grasp, one specifically attuned to mental communion rather than mere sight. Such a tool in the hands of the power rising in Dol Guldur would be invaluable. Armies could be coordinated across vast distances without messengers. The thoughts of enemies could be read, their plans anticipated. Most insidious of all, subtle suggestions could be planted in unwary minds, turning trusted advisors into unwitting traitors. Caradas moved carefully over the following days, establishing himself as a friendly visitor with genuine interest in local customs. He requested permission to observe the council's proceedings. Not to participate, he assured them, merely to learn of this remarkable cooperation between peoples, often at odds. Against her better judgment, Nimrodel consented, swayed by arguments from human council members who saw opportunity for increased trade and connection with the South. Caradas observed 3 sessions, his keen eyes noting every detail of the ritual that activated the stone's powers, the precise arrangement of participants, and the careful wording that established boundaries for the communion. On the 4th night of the new moon, with a winter storm howling outside to cover any sounds of disturbance, Caradas and his men made their move. The guards at the council chamber, 1 human, 1 elven, were found the next morning slumped at their posts, alive but locked in nightmares, from which they could not be woken. The chamber's heavy door stood ajar, its complex lock opened without apparent force, and within, the stone's pedestal stood empty. The artifact itself vanished without trace. Panic swept through both communities. Without Gandalf's steadying influence, old suspicions threatened to resurface. Some men whispered that the elves had taken the stone for themselves, tiring of sharing its power. Certain elves suggested that humans had sold it to the strangers, valuing gold over safety. It was Alden who prevented complete collapse of trust, calling an emergency meeting of the full council. "I felt it," he announced grimly. "Last night, a presence in my mind like icy fingers, sifting through my thoughts. I glimpsed a purpose, dark and cruel, and a destination. Dol Guldur," whispered Nimrodel, her face pale. "The stronghold of the shadow, in the south of Mirkwood." The words hung in the air like a miasma, chilling the blood of all who heard them. Dol Guldur, the hill of dark sorcery, where an unnamed shadow had taken residence in recent years, gathering evil things to its banner. If the Mind Stone had indeed been taken there, the consequences would extend far beyond their small valley. "We must send word to Gandalf immediately," said one of the elder elves, his voice tight with barely controlled fear. Only a wizard could hope to recover the stone from such a place. "And where is Gandalf?" countered another council member bitterly. "Wandering distant lands while disaster befalls us here. By the time any messenger locates him, it may be too late." "Perhaps it is already too late," murmured a third. Alden rose from his seat, silencing the growing discord with a sharp gesture. "We cannot afford to wait for Gandalf. Each passing day gives our enemy more time to master the stone's powers, to turn it to purposes we can scarcely imagine." Nimrodel regarded him steadily. "What are you suggesting, Alden of the Valley? That we march on Dol Guldur ourselves? That would be folly beyond measure." "Not all of us," Alden replied. "A small company might pass unnoticed where an army would draw attention. Those of us who have used the stone most frequently, who understand its workings, we share a connection that might help us locate it, even at a distance." A thoughtful silence fell over the chamber. As council members considered his words, there was truth in them. Those who had participated most often in the stone's communion did retain a subtle link, a resonance in their thoughts that occasionally allowed impressions to pass between them without the stone's direct presence. "It would be dangerous beyond anything we have faced," Nimrodel said at last. "The forest grows dark and twisted as one travels south. Fell creatures dwell in its depths, and the very air is poisoned near the Hill of Sorcery." "And yet we must try," Alden insisted. "For if we do not, what becomes of the connection we have built between our peoples? What becomes of Middle-earth itself if this power falls fully into the Shadow's grasp?" In the end, it was decided. A company of 9 would undertake the perilous journey. 4 elves, 4 men, and an unexpected volunteer who arrived breathless at the council chamber just as preparations were being finalized. "Radagast," exclaimed Nimrodel, rising in surprise as the brown wizard entered, his robes travel-stained and his hair wild, as if he had travelled far in great haste. "I felt the disturbance," Radagast explained, his normally distracted manner focused with unusual intensity. "The forest whispered of a power awakening and then vanishing. When creatures of shadow began moving south in numbers not seen in many years, I knew something grave had occurred." His presence was a welcome boon to the company's morale. Though not as mighty in confrontation as Gandalf, Radagast's deep connection to the living things of Middle-earth made him an invaluable guide for their journey into Mirkwood's darkest reaches. They departed at dawn, carrying little save weapons, provisions, and small tokens that had been used in the stone's rituals, objects that had absorbed some resonance of its power and might help them sense its location as they drew nearer. The first 3 days of travel proved uneventful as they followed the forest's edge southward. On the 4th day, they turned east, plunging into Mirkwood itself along an ancient path that the elves remembered from happier times, when the great forest was still called Greenwood the Great. Almost immediately, they felt the difference. Where the northern reaches of the forest had been merely gloomy and unwelcoming, this southern region emanated active malice. The trees grew close together, their trunks twisted and their bark blackened as if by some inner rot. No birds sang. Instead, heavy bodies rustled in the canopy above, occasionally silhouetted against patches of sky. Spiders, grown to monstrous size on a diet of darkness and poison. "Keep to the path," Radagast warned them. "The forest will try to confuse your minds, to lead you astray. Focus on our purpose, and on the connections between you." Indeed, strange whispers seemed to float between the trees, carrying half-heard suggestions that sparked irrational fears or sudden urges to wander off alone. More than once, a member of the company would stop suddenly, blinking in confusion, having momentarily lost awareness of where they were or why they had come. Each night, the 9 companions would gather in close circle, joining hands as they had during the stone's healing. Though the artifact itself was gone, the practice of this ritual seemed to strengthen the faint connections between their minds, providing some protection against the forest's influence. On the 6th night, as they sat thus connected, Alden gasped suddenly, his eyes flying open wide. "I felt it," he whispered. Just for a moment, the stone's presence, like a beacon in the darkness. The others strained with their thoughts, trying to capture the same impression. One by one, they began to nod, confirming his experience. "It lies that way," Radagast said, pointing southeast with his gnarled staff. "But something is different about it. Its resonance has changed." "Corrupted," suggested one of the elves grimly, "turned to the shadow's purpose." "Not fully," Nimrodel countered. "I sensed resistance, as if the stone fights against its new wielder. Remember, it was designed for communion between willing minds, not domination. Even damaged, it resisted misuse." "Then there is hope," Alden said, though his face remained troubled. "But we must hurry." I also sensed that the corruption grows stronger with each passing day. They resumed their journey at first light, now moving with greater purpose as they followed the stone's psychic trail. The forest grew ever darker around them, the trees more twisted, the air thicker with malevolence, and far ahead, just visible when they crested occasional rises in the land, loomed the jagged silhouette of Dol Guldur against the southern sky, a fortress of broken stone and terrible purpose where waited both their goal and their greatest peril. On the 9th day of their journey, as they crossed a stream tainted black with some unknown corruption, the first direct attack came. Massive spiders descended from the canopy on silken threads, their mandibles dripping with venom and their many eyes gleaming with terrible intelligence. The company formed a defensive circle, blades flashing in the dim forest light. "They know we are here," Radagast called, his staff blazing with a warm brown light that seemed to pain the creatures. "The stone's new master has set the forest's watchers upon us." The battle was brief but fierce. Elven arrows found their marks with unerring precision, while the men's broader swords kept the creatures at bay. Radagast's magic created a dome of protection, beneath which the wounded could be pulled to safety. When the last spider retreated, hissing its hatred from the safety of the upper branches, the company counted themselves fortunate, shaken, but with no lives lost. Yet the attack had changed something fundamental in their quest. No longer could they hope to approach Dol Guldur unnoticed. Whatever power controlled the stone was now aware of their presence and of their purpose. "We should turn back," suggested one of the men, binding a shallow wound on his forearm. "Return with a larger force. Perhaps even seek aid from the woodland realm to the north." "There is no time," Radagast insisted, his normally gentle eyes fierce with conviction. "I sense the stone's resistance weakening. Each day its new master bends it further to his will. Soon it will be too late. Besides," added Nimrodel grimly, "a larger force would only draw more attention. Our only hope lies in stealth and speed." They pressed on, now travelling even by night when necessary, though the darkness beneath Mirkwood's boughs was nearly absolute. The mental beacon of the stone grew stronger as they approached, guiding them when physical landmarks failed. Yet with this increased sensitivity came greater vulnerability. In their dreams, they began to experience intrusions, glimpses of a mind alien and terrible in its cold calculation. "He is becoming aware of us through the stone," Alden warned after one such night. "Using the very connections that guide us to probe our thoughts in return." Radagast nodded gravely. "We must shield our minds as best we can. Focus on the stone itself, not on our plans to recover it. Think of it as a beacon, nothing more." But such discipline proved increasingly difficult as they drew closer to their goal. The forest's oppressive atmosphere intensified, sapping their strength and resolve. Strange visions flickered at the corners of their eyes. Loved ones calling from between distant trees, enemies lurking in shadows that, when confronted, contained nothing at all. On the 12th day, they glimpsed Dol Guldur directly for the first time. No longer a distant silhouette, but a looming presence that dominated the southern horizon. The fortress rose from a bare hill like a malignant growth, its towers jagged and irregular, its walls constructed with no thought for beauty or proportion, only for intimidation and defense. "We cannot simply walk through the front gates," one of the elves observed, his attempt at humor falling flat in the grim atmosphere. "There may be another way," Radagast said quietly. The fortress was built upon ancient ruins, and beneath those ruins lie even older passages, remnants of a time when elves still dwelled in this southern region. Some may yet remain open and forgotten. The brown wizard closed his eyes, communing silently with the forest around them. Though corrupted, some memory of older, cleaner days remained in the oldest trees, buried deep beneath layers of darkness. After long moments, he opened his eyes. "There," he said, pointing to a section of the hillside east of the main fortress. A stream once flowed there, entering the hill through a cave. The water was diverted centuries ago, but the passage may remain. Approaching the fortress proved to be the most harrowing part of their journey thus far. The land around Dol Guldur had been stripped of healthy vegetation, leaving only blackened stumps and withered brush that provided little cover. Worse, the air itself seemed hostile to life, thick with unseen miasmas that burned the lungs and stung the eyes. They moved by night, crawling on their bellies when necessary, freezing in place whenever the distant sounds of orcish patrols reached their ears. The connection to the Mind Stone grew painfully intense, a constant pressure behind their eyes, a voice that whispered just at the edge of comprehension. "It knows we are coming," whispered Nimrodel, her fair face drawn with strain. "It calls to us, yet also warns us away. Two influences struggle within it, its original purpose and its new master's will." At last, they reached the dried streambed that Radagast had identified. True to his vision, a narrow opening remained at its end, half concealed by fallen rocks and the twisted remains of dead vines. It was barely large enough for a man to squeeze through, and the darkness beyond seemed absolute. "I can feel the stone more clearly now," said Alden, pressing his palm against his forehead. "It lies beneath the central tower, deep in the earth. There is a chamber of some kind, ancient, older than the fortress above. That would be the original seeing chamber," Radagast confirmed. "Built by the men of Arna when this was still a watchtower of the light, not a stronghold of darkness. The stone would naturally have been returned to its place of power." One by one, they slipped into the narrow passage, leaving the corrupt forest behind for the unknown perils beneath Dol Guldur. The tunnel sloped downward at a gentle angle, occasionally branching or opening into small chambers, whose original purpose had been lost to time. They followed the stone's psychic beacon, growing stronger with each step deeper into the earth. The air grew close and stale, thick with dust undisturbed for centuries. Yet beneath that mustiness lay another scent, acrid and sharp. Speaking of recent fires and metallic workings, something ahead was very much alive and active in these forgotten depths. "We are nearly there," Nimrodel whispered. Though there was no need, they all felt it. The stone's presence had become a silent roar in their minds, impossible to ignore. "But we are not alone. There are others. Minds unlike any I have touched before. Orcs," suggested one of the men. "No," Radagast said quietly. "Something far worse. The servants of the one who dwells here are not merely orcs, but spirits bound to his will. The Uleri, the ringwraiths of old." A terrible chill settled over the company at Radagast's words. The ringwraiths, servants of the Dark Lord of old, neither living nor dead, bound eternally to his will. If such creatures now dwelled in Dol Guldur, it suggested a darker truth about who might have taken residence there. "We cannot face such enemies directly," Nimrodel whispered, her voice steady despite the fear evident in her eyes. "Not even an army of elves would willingly confront the Nine." "We may not need to," Alden replied, his brow furrowed in concentration. "I sense gaps in their awareness. The stone resists them, shields parts of itself from their probing. There may be moments when we can approach unseen." Radagast nodded slowly. "The ringwraiths are creatures of the shadow world. They perceive differently than we do, sensing life force and the ring's power more clearly than physical forms. But the Mind Stone operates on another level entirely, the realm of thought rather than spirit. There may indeed be blind spots in their perception." With renewed caution, they continued their descent through the ancient tunnels. The passages grew wider, showing signs of deliberate construction. Smooth walls inlaid with faded carvings, arched ceilings that had withstood the weight of centuries. They were entering the foundations of the original watchtower, built long ago by men of wisdom and vigilance before darkness claimed this hill. Through their mental connection to the stone, they began to perceive flashes of activity above and ahead, distorted impressions of hooded figures moving through torchlit chambers, guttural voices speaking in harsh tongues, the clank of weapons and chains. Dol Guldur was fully occupied, a hive of malevolent purpose. "Wait," whispered one of the elves suddenly, halting the company with a raised hand. "Listen." At first, they heard nothing beyond their own cautious breathing. Then it came, a voice speaking directly into their minds, faint but distinct, using the pathways opened by their connection to the stone. "Friends, danger. Beware the central chamber. A trap awaits." The voice was strained, as though speaking required immense effort, but there was no mistaking its identity. "Gandalf!" gasped Alden, forgetting caution in his shock. "Yes. I came too late to prevent the theft. Was captured. They do not know I can reach the stone. Not yet." The mental voice faded, as if maintaining the connection had exhausted its strength. The company exchanged alarmed glances, their mission suddenly more complex and more urgent. "Gandalf is here, a prisoner," Radagast said grimly. "This explains much. I wondered why he had not responded to my attempts at communication." "But how did he reach the fortress before us?" asked one of the men. "And how did he know to come at all?" "Gandalf's ways are his own," Radagast replied. "He has sources of information beyond our knowledge. What matters now is that we face a dual purpose, recovering the stone and rescuing our friend." They continued forward with redoubled caution, now guided by both the stone's presence and the faint echo of Gandalf's consciousness. The tunnel eventually opened into a larger space, an ancient audience chamber, its grandeur long faded, now repurposed as a storeroom for weapons and supplies. Fortunately, it stood empty of guards, allowing them to slip through shadows to a descending stairway at its far end. The stair wound downward in a tight spiral, the air growing noticeably colder with each turn. At its base lay a small antechamber, from which 3 doors led in different directions. Here they paused, straining with both ears and minds for any indication of which path to take. "There," Nimrodel said suddenly, pointing to the leftmost door. "The stone's presence is strongest in that direction. And something else. A familiar mind." "Gandalf," confirmed Alden, who had grown most attuned to the wizard's mental signature during their council sessions. The door opened to a narrow corridor lined with cells, a prison level from the original fortress, repurposed by its new occupants. Most stood empty, their ancient doors hanging open on rusted hinges, but at the corridor's end, a single cell was securely locked, a faint light visible through its small barred window. Moving silently past the empty cells, the company approached this final prison. Peering through the bars, they beheld Gandalf the Grey, seated cross-legged on the stone floor. His robes were tattered and stained, his hat missing, but his eyes remained bright with unconquered spirit. Those eyes widened slightly at the sight of them, but he gave no other sign of recognition. Instead, his voice spoke directly into their minds. "The guards change soon. Be ready." Sure enough, heavy footsteps soon echoed from the far end of the corridor. The company pressed themselves into the shadows of the empty cells as 2 orcs shuffled into view, carrying a tray of what passed for food in this foul place. "Still alive, are ya?" growled the larger orc as they approached Gandalf's cell. "Master says you'll break soon enough, old one." They all do, in the end. Gandalf made no reply, his eyes downcast as if in defeat. The orc snorted in contempt as it fumbled with a large iron key. The moment the cell door swung open, Nimrodel and one of the men struck. Elven daggers flashed in the dim light, finding their marks with silent precision. The orcs fell without raising an alarm, their bodies caught and lowered gently to the floor to prevent any sound. "Well met, friends," Gandalf said aloud, his voice hoarse from disuse as he rose stiffly to his feet. "Though, I confess, I had hoped you would bring a larger force." "You know where the stone is?" asked Radagast, embracing his fellow wizard briefly. Gandalf's expression darkened. "Indeed I do. They keep it in the central chamber, where it was originally housed in better days. But it is heavily guarded, and worse, they are learning to use it. Already they have extracted knowledge from my mind that I would have kept secret, though I resist as best I can." "Who are they?" Alden asked. "Who controls the stone now?" "The necromancer," Gandalf replied grimly, "though I begin to suspect he is more than he appears. His lieutenant, a sorcerer called Caradas, performs the actual workings with the stone, but it is the necromancer's will that drives their purpose." Gandalf led them through the labyrinthine passages of Dol Guldar's lower levels, moving with surprising sureness despite his weakened state. When questioned, he merely tapped his temple. "The stone has shown me much of this fortress, though unwillingly on their part. The very tool they used to extract my knowledge became a window through which I could glimpse their domain. Air grew thick with the smell of forge fires and fouler things, while distant echoes carried the sounds of harsh voices and metallic clanking. "We must time our approach carefully," Gandalf warned as they paused in a disused storage chamber to gather their strength. The stone is kept in what was once the heart of the ancient watchtower, the original seeing chamber for which it was crafted, but it has been repurposed as the necromancer's primary workroom, where he conducts his darkest rituals. "Is he present now?" asked Nimrodel, her elven senses straining to detect any hint of the powerful entity they faced. Gandalf closed his eyes briefly, his mind reaching outward through the tenuous connection he maintained with the Mind Stone. "No," he said at last. "He has withdrawn to his private chambers in the highest tower, but Caradas remains, working with the stone, attempting to bend it fully to their purpose." "Then we face one sorcerer rather than two," Alden said grimly. "Better odds, though still dangerous." "Do not underestimate Caradas," warned Gandalf. "He was once a lawmaster of Gondor before the promise of forbidden knowledge led him into darkness. His understanding of ancient artifacts rivals my own, and he has resources here that magnify his natural abilities." Radagast, who had been unusually quiet since their reunion with Gandalf, spoke up. "The stone itself may aid us. From what we have experienced, it resists its misuse, if we can establish a stronger connection to it than Caradas maintains." "Precisely," Gandalf nodded. "The 9 of you have worked with the stone in its proper function. Your minds are familiar to it, resonant with its original purpose. Together, we might be able to wrest control from him, if only briefly." The plan they formulated was desperate, but not without hope. Using their mental connection to the stone, they would approach the central chamber through little-used passages, avoiding the main corridors where guards would be posted. Once there, the entire company would focus their minds on the stone simultaneously, attempting to establish a connection strong enough to disrupt Caradas's control. In the moment of confusion that followed, they would seize the artifact and retreat the way they had come. "And if the necromancer senses our attempt?" asked one of the men, voicing the fear that lay heavy on all their minds. "Then we face a power beyond any of us," Gandalf admitted. "But he cannot be everywhere at once, and his attention is currently focused elsewhere, on some great working in the tower above. We must trust that our smaller purpose may pass beneath his notice, at least until we have escaped." They moved forward again, now stretching their awareness ahead through the stone's reluctant connection. Occasionally, Gandalf would halt them, pressing flat against walls or ducking into alcoves as patrols of orcs or darker creatures passed nearby. These moments of hiding were the most difficult, for the stone's presence grew almost painfully strong in their minds as they drew closer, threatening to give away their position through an inadvertent mental cry. At last, they reached a narrow service passage that ran behind the central chamber. Through a grating in the wall, they could glimpse their objective, a vast circular room dominated by a raised dais at its center. Upon this platform rested the Mind Stone, now pulsing with a sickly luminescence that cast writhing shadows across the chamber's ancient walls. Caradas stood before it, his back to their position, hands outstretched, as he performed some complex working that caused the stone's light to flicker and surge. Two black-robed figures flanked the chamber's main entrance, not ring-wraiths to their relief, but human acolytes, who had pledged themselves to the necromancer's service. "Now," whispered Gandalf, while his concentration is focused on the stone, "reach out with your minds, all together. Remind the stone of its true purpose." As one, the company closed their eyes, focusing their thoughts on the Mind Stone. They recalled the healing ritual they had performed, the subsequent sessions of controlled communion that had bridged understanding between their peoples. They projected images of peaceful connection, of willing minds sharing wisdom and perspective rather than domination and control. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the stone's sickly glow faltered, its pulsing rhythm disrupted as conflicting influences struggled for dominance. Caradas stiffened, his hands jerking as if struck by sudden pain. He whirled around, his face contorted with rage as he sensed the intrusion. "Now!" Gandalf commanded, throwing aside the grating and lunging into the chamber with surprising agility for one so recently imprisoned. The company followed, erupting into the chamber from an entrance the sorcerer had not anticipated. The two acolytes reached for weapons, but elven arrows found them before they could raise an alarm. Caradas himself raised his hands, dark energy crackling between his fingers as he prepared to defend his prize. But the stone was fighting him now, its light shifting from sickly green to clearer white as the company's mental assault continued. The sorcerer's concentration wavered, his spell faltering as he fought a battle on two fronts: the physical threat of the intruders and the psychic rebellion of the artifact he had sought to master. "You cannot hope to escape," he snarled, his voice carrying the harsh overtones of one long accustomed to command. "The fortress is filled with the master's servants. Even if you take the stone, you will never reach the forest alive." Gandalf's staff blazed with sudden light, forcing Caradas to shield his eyes. In that crucial moment of distraction, Nimrodal loosed an arrow that struck the sorcerer's shoulder, disrupting his gathering spell. Dark energy crackled harmlessly into the air as he staggered backward, his face contorted with pain and fury. "Take the stone!" Gandalf commanded, engaging Caradas directly, staff against staff in a clash of opposing wills and powers. Alden and Radagast rushed to the dais, while the others formed a protective circle around them, weapons ready. The Mind Stone's glow pulsed erratically as they approached, responding to their familiar mental signatures. "Carefully," cautioned Radagast as Alden reached for the artifact. "It has been corrupted by misuse. Touch it only with protected hands." Using a cloth inscribed with runes of warding that Gandalf had hastily provided, Alden lifted the stone from its pedestal the moment it lost contact with the dais. A terrible shriek echoed through the fortress, not from Caradas, who was locked in silent combat with Gandalf, but from somewhere high above. "The necromancer!" gasped one of the elves. "He knows!" "Run!" Gandalf shouted, disengaging from Caradas with a final blast that sent the dark sorcerer sprawling. "Back the way we came, quickly!" They fled through the narrow service passage, the stone now wrapped securely and carried by Alden. Behind them, alarm gongs began to sound throughout Dol Guldur, and the distant roars of awakened creatures echoed through the ancient stonework. "We cannot hope to fight our way out through the main gates," panted Nimrodel as they raced through the lower corridors. "The fortress will be fully roused against us." "There is another way," Gandalf replied, taking a sharp turn down a descending staircase. "The ancient drainage system. It leads beneath the outer walls and emerges in a ravine to the east. I glimpsed it through the stone's visions. The passage he led them to was narrow and foul-smelling, clearly unused for centuries, except by the smaller vermin of the fortress. They were forced to crawl in places, slithering through spaces barely wide enough for a man's shoulders, the sound of pursuit growing ever louder behind them. Halfway through this desperate escape, a new sensation assaulted their minds, a presence of immense age and malevolence, reaching out through the stone despite its wrappings, seeking to locate them by the very mental connections that had allowed them to find it. "He searches for us," Gandalf warned. "Shield your thoughts as best you can." The pressure grew as they continued, a weight that threatened to crush their will to resist. Several of the company began to falter, their movements becoming sluggish as the alien consciousness probed their minds. "We cannot withstand this for long," gasped Nimrodel, her fair face drawn with strain. "We don't need to," Gandalf replied grimly. "Just a little further." The drainage tunnel finally widened into a circular chamber where several channels converged before flowing out through a rusted iron grate. Beyond lay the ravine, and beyond that, the dubious safety of Mirkwood's southern reaches. As Radagast and two of the men worked to dislodge the ancient grate, the mental assault intensified. A vision forced itself into their shared consciousness, a figure of shadow and flame, descending from the highest tower of Dol Guldur, moving with terrible purpose toward the lower levels where they had been. "He comes himself," Gandalf said, his voice tight with recognition and fear. "We have drawn his direct attention, which was never my intention." With a screech of protesting metal, the grate finally gave way. One by one, they squeezed through the opening, emerging onto a narrow ledge above a steep ravine. The forest lay tantalizingly close, its edge visible less than a mile distant. "Go," ordered Gandalf, as the last of the company emerged. "I will delay him. We will not leave you to face this alone," protested Alden. "You must," Gandalf insisted. "The stone cannot fall back into his hands. Its power, combined with what he already possesses." He shook his head. "Unthinkable. Go now, while you still can." Reluctantly, the company began their descent into the ravine, using narrow game trails that wound between jagged rocks. Alden, still carrying the wrapped stone, looked back to see Gandalf standing before the tunnel entrance, staff raised and a glow of power gathering around him. Then, incredibly, the Grey Wizard turned and followed them, half sliding down the rocky slope in his haste. "Run!" he shouted. "A distraction only. We have moments at most." They fled across the ravine floor, scrambling up the far side toward the questionable shelter of Mirkwood's corrupted trees. Behind them, a terrible roar echoed from the tunnel mouth, followed by a blast of heat so intense it scorched the rocks and withered what little vegetation clung to the ravine walls. They did not slow their pace until they had penetrated deep into the forest, putting miles between themselves and Dol Guldur. Even the forest's natural dangers seemed preferable to what pursued them from the fortress. Eventually, exhaustion forced them to halt in a small clearing, where they collapsed in various states of distress. "What was that?" Alden finally asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "What dwells in Dol Guldur that could strike such fear even in you, Gandalf?" The wizard's face was grave. "A power I had not expected to find in these lands. Not yet. The necromancer is no mere sorcerer, as the White Council believed." "He is." Gandalf hesitated, as if reluctant to give voice to his suspicion. "Well, that is a matter for the Council to debate. For now, our concern must be the stone and its safe return." The journey north was arduous, but blessedly uneventful compared to what they had endured. The Mind Stone remained wrapped and isolated, carried by different members of the company in rotation, to prevent any single mind from being exposed to its influence for too long. Though they felt occasional probes from distant Dol Guldur, the fortress did not send forces in pursuit, perhaps unwilling to reveal its full strength over a single artifact, however valuable. When at last they reached the valley where their journey had begun, they were greeted with joy and relief by both communities. A special chamber had been prepared in the council hall, a temporary measure until more permanent arrangements could be made. "The stone cannot remain here," Gandalf announced once they had rested and recovered. "It has been corrupted by its time in Dol Guldur, and even if cleansed, its presence would draw unwanted attention to your settlements." "Then where will it go?" asked Nimrodel. "To Rivendell," Gandalf replied. "Elrond's power will shield it until the White Council determines its final disposition." Though there was disappointment at this news, none could argue with the wisdom of the decision. The stone had brought both blessing and peril to the valley, fostering understanding between elves and men, but also drawing the eye of darkness upon them. On the day of Gandalf's departure with the carefully contained Mind Stone, representatives from both communities gathered to bid him farewell. The alliance forged through shared hardship had endured, strengthened by their united stand against a common enemy. "Remember what you learned through the stone," Gandalf advised them. "The understanding you gained of one another need not depend on its presence to continue." As the Grey Wizard disappeared into the northern distance, Alden turned to Nimrodel. "He's right, you know. The stone brought us together, but it's our choice to remain so." The elven leader nodded, a rare smile gracing her features. "Indeed, some connections, once established, need no magical artifact to sustain them. And so the tale of the Mind Stone of Mirkwood passed into the lore of both peoples, a reminder that the greatest magic lies not in artifacts of power, but in the willingness of different minds to reach across the divides that separate them.